This is an audio test for the meeting stream. This is a second audio test for the meeting stream.
Okay. Hello, colleagues. Bon après-midi tous. We'll start in open session in about 30 seconds. Good afternoon, everyone. For the benefit of those joining us online, the Audit Committee just met in camera in order to receive a presentation of the Office of the Auditor General, a cybersecurity investigation report. These matters will not be reported out as they relate to subsection 13(1)A, the security of the property of the city. During the in-camera session, no votes were taken other than procedural motions and/or directions to staff. The report recommendation is that the Audit Committee receive the cybersecurity investigation report and recommend that Council recommend recommend that council consider and approve the recommendation. Is that received and carried? Thank you. We're now on item number 2 of the agenda, the 2021 City of Ottawa Consolidated Financial Statements, les états financiers consolidés de 2021 de la Ville d'Ottawa. We have a presentation from from Finance, Isabelle Jasmine, and then Mpe Myers and Lisa Godin from Ernst & Young. And so I think it's over to Ms. Jasmine for the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I will present the financial statements for the year ended December 31st, 2021. Can the slides be displayed? Thank you. We will also have Ernst & Young with us today, Mpe Myers, the EY Associate Partner responsible for this audit, and the Senior Audit Manager, Lisa Godin. They are here to present the results of the audit after I've made my presentation. Next slide. So we are reporting a surplus for the year ended December 31st, 2021 of 1.388 billion, which is different from the 52.2 million surplus reported at the end of 2021 for budget purposes. Financial statements are reported based on Canadian public sector accrual accounting standards, whereas the budget is reported on a modified cash basis. The surplus is higher on an accrual basis because it recognizes revenue that is not included on a cash or budget basis, such as assets contributed from developers and the share of earnings from hydro, and expenses include the annual depreciation of the historical cost of assets, which tends to be lower cost than what is contributed to capital annually on a budget basis. In 2021, revenues increased by 452 million, primarily due to an increase in government transfers of 129 million, mainly for COVID-related funding, as well as an increase of 168 million for contributed assets, and an increase in taxation and fees and user charge revenue of 107 million. Total expenses for 2021 increased by 158 million. There were increased expenses related to COVID for public health and social housing, 129 million, as well as additional costs to environmental services, 28 million, related to higher repairs and maintenance expenditures, higher amortization, and higher loss on disposal of assets. Next slide. Net debt is the difference between our financial assets and the total liabilities. Net debt at the end of 2021 was 2.6 billion, but this is offset by non-financial assets of 9.73 billion, which is primarily made up of tangible capital assets. The net book value of tangible capital assets increased by 1.6 billion during 2021. And this reflects the increased investment in capital made by the city, mainly for stage 2 of LRT, which is $1 billion, as well as assets contributed by developers of 532 million. The difference between net debt and non-financial assets is the accumulated surplus, which represents all of the accumulated surpluses of the city since its inception. Much of that balance is not in the form of cash, but in the form of capital infrastructure and reserves that have built up over the years. And this accumulated surplus represents the assets that are available to service future generations. The city's overall accumulated surplus increased by 1.388 billion in 2021 to a total of 17.1 billion. The increase is due to the annual surplus. Next slide. Accounts receivable increased primarily due to light rail stage 2 funding from senior levels of government. Investment in government business enterprises represents the net assets of Hydro Ottawa, which we report on our financial statements on an equity basis. The city received dividends from Hydro Ottawa in the amount of 21 million in 2021 related to results from Hydro Ottawa's 2020 operations. The loan receivable is for the stage 1 LRT loan to RTG from long-term lenders that was assumed by the city in 2019. Next slide. Accounts payable and accrued liabilities has increased by 491 million, primarily due to stage 2 of LRT, where services were received but not yet paid, as well as short-term promissory note that was issued in 2021 as part of ongoing cash flow management and will mature in 2022. Deferred revenue has increased by 83 million, primarily due to an increased collection of development charges. Development charge receipts are recorded as deferred revenue until the fiscal year when the related expenses are incurred, at which time they are then recorded as revenue. The next slides will provide additional details on the next two major items, employee future benefits and pensions, as well as the net long-term debt. Next slide. Employee future benefits increased this year. These liabilities represent benefits earned but not payable until future years. The amount payable in the current year is budgeted for each year, and changes in future liabilities are primarily because of changes in actuarial assumptions and legislation. This future liability is an estimation of, and may or may not reflect the actual amounts that could be paid in the future. The most significant changes include post-retirement and post-employment benefits increased by 27 million based on the actuarial consultant's estimation of post-retirement and post-employment benefits. The City of Ottawa Superannuation Fund cost of living indexation liability increased by 1 million. And these increases were offset by a 7 million reduction to the estimated future liability for WSIB. Next slide. Debt is only used to fund capital expenditures which have a long life, to which we can match the term of the debt to the life of the asset. When you look at the debt level compared to the total cost of the city's gross assets, it represents 11.7% of those assets. Our net long-term debt increased, reflecting the issuance of 225 million of new debt for transit projects, which is offset by 139 million of debt principal repayments. Principal and interest payments are restricted in two ways. Council has established a specific target for debt whereby principal and interest payments for tax and rate and rate supported debt are not to exceed a combined target of 8.5% of the city's own source revenue. In 2021, this percentage was 5.85%. The provincial measure looks at it at the cost of debt issued, including mortgages, as a percentage of own source revenues, and that limit is 25%. In 2021, this measure is calculated as 9.1%, which is far below the provincial limit. Compared to other large municipalities, Ottawa continues to have one of the lowest total debt per capita. Also, Standard & Poor's recently announced the City of Ottawa's credit rating has been upgraded from AA to AA+, and Moody's continues to rate us as AAA. Next slide. The overall value of the assets based on cost increased by 1.867 billion in 2021. The most significant construction projects contributing to the increase are 1 billion for light rail stage 2, which is reported in assets under construction, 165 million for roads infrastructure, and 516 million for water wastewater infrastructure. As you can see from the chart, water and wastewater 29% of the total tangible capital asset net book value. As mentioned, the LRT Stage 2 capital asset costs are still accumulating within the assets under construction category. Once Stage 2 is put into service, those asset costs will then be transferred to the LRT asset category. This concludes my presentation, and I will now pass it to Meta Myers from EY for an overview of the audit results.
Thank you, Isabel, and good afternoon, members of the committee. I will not present, so someone who is presenting our slide deck. I will be on page 2 of our presentation. Perfect, thank you so much. So at this stage of our audit for 2021 financial statements of the City of Ottawa, it's progressing as planned. We expect to issue, pending any of the open items that are presented here to be cleared, an unmodified audit opinion on the consolidated financial statements. Our scope is consistent with the plan communicated to you in December of last year. And there were a number of corrected or uncorrected misstatements that have been identified, and it will be briefly discussed by Lisa, who will be going over at a high level over the areas of audit emphasis. We also took a combined audit approach and relied on the IT general controls and controls over the purchases and payables and payroll cycles. Open items are listed here. They're regular open items. Upon receipt of the signed representation letter from management, we will be issuing our auditor's report, which is at this point anticipated on June 22nd, 2022. I will pass along now to Lisa, who will be just going over at a high level over the areas of audit emphasis. Please, next slide. Thank you.
Thanks, Mita. So there's a number of areas of audit emphasis that we focused our procedures over. These areas are consistent with prior year as well as with the audit plan we presented back in December. So the first area we focused this year was the COVID-19 impact. We began our procedures by inquiring with management to understand any impact on the city's financial statements, and then adapted our extent, nature, and timing of our procedures accordingly. We did review any significant accounting estimates that were impacted by COVID-19, as well as tested some of the additional funding received from the province and reviewed the related significant contracts for that. Overall, we have not identified any issues related to COVID-19. Next slide. Our second area of focus is revenue recognition. So we performed a test of details over a sample of revenue transactions across all revenue streams. And we also perform analytical procedures and obtain some confirmations. Overall, we had no issues to identify. For contingent liabilities, our work remains ongoing on this matter as we must continue our procedures up until issuance of the financial statements next week. However, to date, we have not identified any issues. We have confirmed with both legal counsel internal and external to the City of Ottawa at an interim date and are now awaiting confirmations as of June. Next slide, please. The next area is investments. We've confirmed the city's investment maturity dates, par values, market values, and coupon rates with the various custodians. We also test a sample of market value investments and recalculate the carrying value and the accrued interest for financial statement purposes. Finally, we perform a reasonability over the investment income and test for any possible impairment. We have not identified any issues in investments. For employee future benefits, we do engage our internal actuarial specialists to review the key assumptions and the valuation models used within each of the employee future benefit, which include the superannuation fund, the OC Transpo pension plan, other non-pension post-employment and post-retirement benefits, as well as the WSIB plan. We did note one misstatement within the employee future benefits, and this item has been recurring for a number of years and will remain occurring and reducing gradually each year. So this year, this is related to the a carry forward error for the clarification of certain pre-existing plan provisions that has been amortized over time. This year, the net impact is an understatement of the annual surplus of about $500,000, an understatement of the liabilities of 4.9 million. The difference goes to the accumulated surplus. Next slide, please. Tangible capital assets is the next area of emphasis, and we test a variety of additions, disposals, as well as recalculations around the amortization. We did review the significant agreements related to the Ottawa Light Trail Transit project to determine that the appropriate accounting has been in place for those. As a result of our procedures, we have one error identified again that is recurring since 2012 and will continue to recur until these assets are fully amortized. This results in an overstatement of the tangible capital assets of approximately 11.3 million and an understatement of the surplus of approximately 1.1 million. The difference again impacts the accumulated surplus. And this is ultimately due to the timing of amortization on a group of assets. Our final area of emphasis is the commitments, which are disclosed within the financial statements. So we do test the valuation of these commitments on a sample basis. And we also noted this year one of the newer commitments being the new central library with Library Archives Canada. And we have obtained the governance agreements and reviewed the disclosure related to that, and no issues were noted. I'm going to pass it back to Mita to wrap up our presentation.
Thank you, Lisa. Next slide, please. So with respect to, other than the presumed risk of management override, there were no fraud risk identified, which could be material to the consolidated financial statements. And we presented here a summary of the net impact of the differences that were mentioned in our areas of audit emphasis, with a net impact on the annual surplus of one understatement of $1.6 million. There were no other significant uncorrected disclosure differences identified. The audit was again conducted entirely virtually. I would like to thank city staff and management for helping us to conduct a quality audit at this time, and open the floor for any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, both for both city staff and Ernst & Young for your presentations. Are there any questions from my colleague committee members? Vice Chair Meehan.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to go back to one of the, I think the final slides that Ms. Jasmine had. Just want a clarification. The principal and interest was at 9.1%. Just need an explanation of what that actually is. Is that the overall interest rate that we're paying down our debt? Just want to understand that 9.1.
It's 9.1% of the total debt servicing for, that includes not just the tax debt and the rate debt, but also development charge debt and gas tax debt as a percentage of total revenue. The other percentage that we look at, which is the 5.85, is just if you look at just pure tax and rate debt servicing, ignoring development charge and gas tax debt as a percentage of own source revenue, and that's the city's policy. Against the 8.5%, it's only 5.85%.
Okay. What are we paying? What are we generally paying on our debt? What's the interest rate right now?
I believe the last one was at 4.11%, but we've enjoyed very low interest rates over the past several years. So our average rate is much lower.
And is it possible to say how much we're paying? I mean, our debt has grown over the past several years. We're not tackling it. We're not bringing it down, can we?
So the amount of debt is commensurate with the investments that we're making in our tangible capital assets. So as we're developing assets that will serve future taxpayers and future users of those services, we are incurring debt, but we are maintaining debt within own source revenue percentages. And so as we take on debt, we're also retiring debt because we're also paying down principal on old debt. So it's switching out. And so it's gradually we are increasing, but not at the same rate as we're bringing on debt, if that makes sense. So our total principal repaid this in 2021 was approximately 135 million, and interest also of 135 million. So about 240 million total debt servicing in 2021.
I guess there is concern that interest rates are going up, so our debt load will probably cost us more. Is that correct, Ms. Jasmine?
We manage within our budgets. So if interest rates are higher, we just issue less debt. So we always make sure that we only issue enough debt that we can afford as part of our budget. And we have to consider that as part of the 2023 budget, how much we will be able to afford.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I have Councillor Kavanaugh and El Shantiri on the list, but what is the average interest rate that we're paying? 4.11 might have been the last debt that we incurred, but do you have the average interest rate on all the debt that we were paying?
I'm just looking it up in the financial statements. Well, I can get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you. I'm looking at the future debts and such as what we have to pay out for retirements, et cetera. And anecdotally, it looks like after COVID and all that's happened that people are taking more early retirements and taking more and sometimes long-term leaves, et cetera. I just want to know if that's reality and if we're seeing a bigger debt based on that we're having people leave earlier based on burnout and et cetera from all that we've gone through in the last few years.
Would that be for Ms. Turner?
Thank you, Chair, and I can make an attempt, Councillor. I'm not sure about the impact on the debt. We do have some wellness statistics that we could share with council around the number of folks who are on long-term disability, our sick leave numbers, and folks that are taking either regular or early retirement. But I sadly don't have in front of me the financial impact of all of that with respect to the impact on the debt. And perhaps Ms. Jasmine can opine on whether or not those activities influence the debt.
No, they do not. We only issue debt for tangible capital assets. So it's an investment in our capital that increases the debt.
So even though this is the future money we have to pay out, and we may have calculated at a certain rate, but it's increased, that doesn't change anything?
I was just associating it to retirements. It doesn't impact the level of the city's debt.
Okay, I'm just asking if there's a lot of people leaving early or if there's, and I don't know if it includes the calculation of long-term disability or not, but if there's debt related to that.
There's what we call a liability. So there's a long-term liability that is based on actuarial estimates.
Yeah,
and that's what is shown in the financial statements. It's not called debt. It's called a long-term liability.
Long-term, I apologize. That's what I should have said.
Okay.
Yeah, I apologize. I used the wrong term. Has it gone up? Has it increased?
So it hasn't, per my slide, let me just go back.
Sorry?
So the post-retirement and post-employment benefits have increased, and WSIB has decreased. Long-term liability.
So it kind of averages out? Is that what you're saying?
Overall, it's long-term liabilities have increased by 19 million. And that's long-term. That's not just for a year.
Okay, thank you.
I guess maybe to the fundamental question, Ms. Turner, do we have a larger, are you seeing in HR stats, a larger turnover of staff related to COVID or other circumstances, and are the costs increasing disproportionately than what you would have expected?
Chair, I hadn't anticipated this question coming out of the financial statements, and I apologize. I don't know if Liz Marland or Fraser Allen are available to provide some context for this. I can see you, Liz. Do you have something in front of you?
Yeah, thank you very much, Valerie. No, we haven't been seeing actually, surprisingly so, an increase in sick leave, and our long-term disability rates have been stable. But that being said, we'll see in the months to come. And I don't have the retirement statistics handy, but just anecdotally, I'm not aware of an increase in retirements, but we will get back to you with those stats.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor El-Shantiri, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question for Ms. Myers. Ms. Myers, we heard one of our colleagues asking about the city's total debt. If I ask you, in comparison to other cities of our size, do you have an idea where do we fit? Are we on the low end? Are we on the high end?
We're in the middle range. So when we look at a per capita debt per capita, we're in the middle range of the larger municipalities compared to Montreal, Edmonton, Toronto, Calgary.
So we are in the middle of the path, basically.
Correct.
My other question. Sometimes we focus on borrow money, but where do we fit? Sometimes borrow that money could be a great beneficiary, because if we do the work earlier, then wait for a year or two till we have the money available, then it will cost us a lot more. So when we think about borrow money, sometimes there's a great benefit to do the work. And we had that discussion, I think, in 2012 when we borrow money to do some of the road work and bridges to catch up with our infrastructure. But that was a great idea to be able to do that kind of work before the interest rate gone up, and it saved us some money in the long run. So where does that fit in the big picture?
As I was mentioning, we look at how much we can afford in debt servicing over that year. And if there's actually a reduction in interest rates, then we can actually issue more debt because we can afford more debt servicing going forward. But if interest rates are going up as they are now, we could probably afford less debt. So we watch the market, we manage those fluctuations year over year, issuing less debt in years of high interest rate and more debt in years of lower interest rates.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm glad you answered the question about the unfunded liability. I always have concern about that, but you answered it to Councillor Kavanaugh. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And if I could just respond to the last question about the interest rates. I don't have an average for the financial statements, but it does range from 1.8% to 6%. Some of the older debt did come in at 6% interest. So there is a wide range of what we're paying for debt.
I did a quick calculation on your statement of $135 million of interest rate on the level of debt. So I came up with about 3.3%, but it's there in the middle. There you go. Okay, no other questions. I'm not seeing any other questions. And so thank you very much. Again, good luck with, so to Ernst & Young, the field work, and I know you did it virtual, the field work is done. You just need the final sign off, which will be provided at council as at June 22nd. And that is the essence of your work. And that is the next step. Good. Well, thank you for your work. Thank you for your service to the residents of the city, and Isabel and Wendy and staff at finance. Thank you very much for your work to the residents of the city. The recommendation that the audit committee recommend council approve the 2021 City of Ottawa consolidated financial statements. Is that carried?
Carried.
Thank you. Thank you. Item number 3 was carried on consent, as was item number 4 and 5. Item number 6, the Office of the Auditor General, Audit Review and Investigation Report. Le Bureau de la Vérificatrice Générale, les rapports de vérification, d'examen et d'enquête. So we have an audit of enterprise risk management, a review of job evaluation, and a limited review of OC Transpo bus operator compliance with the regulations. La vérificatrice générale et la vérificatrice générale adjointe feront de brèves présentations de chacun des
There will
points.
be a brief presentation by the Auditor General and the Assistant Auditor General.
From the Auditor General and the Deputy Auditor General, Joanne Gorenstein. After each presentation, we'll pause to take questions and then proceed to the next presentation. And so the first presentation is on enterprise risk management audit. And I just want to say that people that are here to answer questions: Valerie Turner, the General Manager; Will McDonald, the Associate General Manager; Elizabeth Marland for Human Resources; Lynn Branchot, Human Resources also. I believe is that correct? Oh, sorry. So Valerie Turner and Will McDonald are here on enterprise risk management. So could the Auditor General, over to you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Carole, si tu peux partager la présentation.
Can you share the presentation, Carol, please?
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. The next report that we would like to present today deals with the audit of enterprise risk management.
Is the audit of enterprise risk management. Prochaine diapositive, s'il vous plaît, Carole. Merci. Mes collègues et moi souhaitons remercier.
My colleagues and I wish to express our appreciation for the continued cooperation and assistance afforded to our office by the city manager, management and staff. I'd also like to thank the members of my team, without whom we would not be able to do this excellent work. Next slide, please. I'd now like to give the floor to Ms. Joanne.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the Audit Committee, and members of Council. I would like to start with a bit of background about ERM within the city. The city is a large and complex municipality responsible for delivering a multitude of services to Ottawa residents and its visitors. It is important that the city has processes in place to identify and manage risks to the achievement of its priorities and objectives. Enterprise risk management, or ERM, involves establishing city-wide processes and practices to identify, assess, mitigate, monitor, and report on risks which may affect an organization's ability to achieve its strategic priorities or affect its operations. ERM also supports a common understanding of unacceptable risk exposures across an organization. Currently, ERM within the city is supported by an ERM policy and framework. The policy and framework describe the general expectations and roles and responsibilities for risk management activities across the city. It is important to note that the ERM program and practices have evolved over the last few years. While the policy and framework were established in 2011, a decentralized model was adopted in 2016, whereby each department has been responsible for managing its own risks, while the Innovative Client Services Department coordinates risk management processes corporately for the city. There are three main levels of risk considered as part of the framework: departmental, horizontal, and corporate. Currently, each general manager is accountable for departmental risks and risk management practices within their departments. Department level activities are supported by the Business Support Services Unit within each department. The Innovative Client Services Department coordinates a collaborative exercise to review departmental risks to identify any horizontal risks, specifically those risks that are identified by more than one department, and report them to the senior leadership team annually to assess whether they should be considered as a corporate risk. The annual corporate risk register representing the corporate risks is presented to and approved by the senior leadership team. While identified and assessed annually, the status of mitigation strategies are reviewed periodically during the year. Next slide, please. The overarching objective of the audit was to provide reasonable assurance regarding the city's ERM program. More specifically, we assessed whether ERM processes and practices have been established and are consistently applied across all departments, that the city's ERM program enables effective decision-making, and that the city has a robust risk management culture that encourages ongoing risk identification and management. The audit focused on risk management activities performed at the corporate and departmental level. This includes activities conducted by employees, members of management, and council members. The audit period was January 2019 to December 2021. We focus on areas such as governance and oversight, implementation of ERM processes, and the risk management culture across the city. This included training and awareness of risk management across all levels. We focus on risk monitoring, reporting, and decision-making. The audit did not assess project or program-specific risk management activities, and while linked, these fall outside of the ERM program. We recognize that the COVID-19 pandemic impacted ERM processes and activities within our scope period. As such, we adjusted our audit procedures to review and assess alternative activities and work products developed in response where appropriate. Next slide, please. Now to the findings of the audit. Overall, we found that at the corporate level, there are sound and robust processes in place to support the identification and management of the most significant risks to the organization. We determined that the city's ERM program is actually further along in maturity than a number of other jurisdictions in Ontario. Notwithstanding this, we did find a number of opportunities for improvement. The audit noted that while council is made aware of risks through information presented to them in submission reports, they are not informed of significant risk exposures facing the city in a consolidated manner to get a global picture and understanding of various risks, their rankings, their interdependencies, and the status of risk mitigations. To guide their ongoing decision-making, council should be aware of the significant risks facing the city, as identified within the ERM process, that may affect the achievement of its priorities. While the current ERM policy and framework recognizes the value and the need for risk appetite and tolerance levels, they have not been established at the city or at departmental levels. These are important to ensure a common understanding of the city's acceptable and unacceptable risk risk exposures. Without express risk appetite statements and risk tolerance levels, each general manager, and employee is applying their own standard to determine whether a risk is significant and acceptable for the city and or their department. The audit found that the ERM framework has not been updated since 2012 and is not clear on roles and responsibilities, including the role of departmental management in developing their risk registers and the expectations of risk owners. This clarity is critical to ensure that risk management activities continue from year to year in alignment with the expectations of the city. Next slide, please. While ERM training materials and modules are available to employees, there is no mandatory risk management training program directed to those with specific risk management responsibilities to ensure there's a consistent understanding of risk management principles and the expectations of the city. Further, our audit did not identify any organized risk management training at the departmental level. Additionally, because of council's lack of involvement in the ERM program, they do not necessarily have a fulsome understanding of risk management principles and the city's ERM program. The audit noted that there is currently no centralized oversight role of ERM activities across the organization assigned to ensure that all departments meet a minimum standard and consistency of risk management practices to allow for comparability across departments. As part of our scope, we looked at the activities of 3 departments over the past 3 years. None of these departments had their own documented risk management procedures or guidelines to describe the general manager's expectations of how to meet standards outlined in the policy and framework. Some departments did not identify risk owners for their key risks, and some did not articulate the mitigations that would be implemented to address the identified risks. Without a centralized role to provide an oversight and challenge function, significant departmental risks may not be identified, assessed appropriately, and effectively managed. Fraud is currently recognized as one of many business process risks considered within the ERM framework. However, fraud risk itself has not been identified within the framework as a specific risk category, which would ensure fraud-related discussions take place as part of risk management activities. At the same time, establishing the expectation to undertake a citywide fraud risk assessment would confirm a fulsome understanding of potential fraud risk exposures across the city. The audit made 7 recommendations and management agreed to all of them. I should note that our Auditor General has agreed to implement 1 recommendation with respect to providing members of council with risk management training. The independence of our Auditor General's office is key to the execution of this recommendation. Next slide, please. If it pleases the chair, we would be happy now to take any questions related to this audit.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Do any members of committee or council have any questions?
Oh, thank you. No, I just want to thank you for the report, and I appreciate the recommendation about council training. Just add it to our list of the other things that we have to be trained for. But I think that's really necessary in terms of risk management and understanding it as it applies to different departments, because it's quite different in each department. How closely is it tied into our whole, the whole question of cybersecurity? Is that a big part of it, or is it beyond that?
Chair, thank you very much for your question, Councillor. I would say when it comes to risk management, it's tied to every aspect, every program, every process, every activity that the city is involved with. There are always risk considerations that need to be taken into consideration. So I would say it would be applicable across the board.
Okay.
My turn. Yes, too, I reiterate my thanks for the report. My question is, I guess, when have we ever had a good risk management plan with the city? Do you, I don't, this audit deals with a specific time frame, but did we ever do it?
So Chair, what I can speak to is that obviously we've looked at a span of 3 years. There was previously a more centralized model. I do not believe my office has ever reviewed enterprise risk management as a whole. This is the first time that we have touched upon it. That being said, as Deputy Auditor General Gorenstein did mention, in comparison to other municipalities, the city is doing quite well. And I guess perhaps maybe if I try and put it on a bit of a spectrum, when you evaluate risk management, you evaluate it from a maturity standpoint, and you can be on a scale of, I say 1 to 5, but it can be as low as 0, obviously, if you don't have any risk mitigation measures in place. So I would place the city at a level 2. And my hopes would be to get them to a level 3. That would be, it's essentially industry average. And when I say industry average, for the average organization, that is where you fall. It takes money to continue to develop and to mitigate various risks. And so I think the city's in a position where they need to manage their risks, but they also have to look at the cost benefit that goes into that type of process. I mean, you've got very few organizations that make it all the way to what we refer to as like an optimization stage, which is your level 5 with regards to risk management. And that takes a lot of money. It takes essentially having systems and tools and techniques that can look at every transaction the organization does to pull out risks at a transactional level. That's extremely complex and it's extremely costly. So I think the city has continued to make progress, and I think this audit and just the discussions that we have had, they're already working towards how they can continue to better. Most specifically, I think one of the elements that we pointed out was establishing risk tolerance and risk appetite. I think it's really important for council to understand and to agree upon what is the risk level that you're willing to take? What areas are you willing to take more risk in? Because you will never be able to mitigate every risk out there, especially not on a municipal budget. So so far from what I'm hearing from the city manager's office and from management, I'm very comfortable with the fact we'll be moving forward towards that level 3 direction.
Do we have the expertise to put the management practices into place?
Chair, I can begin to answer that question, and then I'd look to Ms. Turner to see if she'd like to complement my answer. I believe so. It takes time. I think first and foremost, it takes time to do it. And it's ensuring that you have the practices from a global perspective at the enterprise level, but also ensuring that every key project that we take on, that we are really looking at the risks that the city is entering into and how we're mitigating each risk with respect to those particular projects. But
well, I guess I'd just like to follow up with that, Ms. AG. If we have the expertise, I guess the question is, why don't we do it? Are budget constraints part of it? Like, we would probably ask, like, why aren't you doing this?
Chair, I would say absolutely. I think that's the answer for most things. If you ask management and staff why they haven't had the time to do something, it's because they're redirecting their priorities to where council has directed that priority. You'll see that in our report, we make reference to the type of information that council is receiving. Now, that's a direct request from council direction back in 2013, I believe. And so it's one of the points that our report is highlighting is we believe that direction from council in 2013 could be hindering members of council's ability to make decisions based off of risk, because that information isn't making its way to council members. And I think it's important. That being said, staff is doing as they were requested to do.
Well, I really do appreciate the recommendation that we get training, because I think we all have to be on the same page and we have to understand the decisions that are made at all levels, how it impacts the city as a whole. And certainly risk is an area that we have to take a lot more seriously. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. No other questions. Just a couple of just noting. You did note that we are a little bit better than more mature, I think is what you said, than other jurisdictions in Ontario. And so that's comforting. And with respect to the training and the path forward to in determining and evaluating and mitigating risks, how much does this, we need training, but does the skill level and in the structure and in the culture of city staff, does that independence exist now to provide council with what we need to hear with respect to risks and what we need to do about accepting those risks or investing to mitigate those risks? Does that culture exist there? And does those skills and do those skills exist?
Chair, thank you for that question. I'd go back to the element that I mentioned with regards to previous council direction. I think staff have the skill set necessary to bring risk information to members of council's attention. I think they need to be provided with that direction, coupled with ensuring appropriate training within, as well as training to members of council for all of members of council to be in a position to ask the right questions, to understand what it is that they're digesting from a risk perspective, and to ask the right questions of staff in order to take that information into consideration when making decisions at the council table. I'm not sure if that answers your question, but that would be my response. I'm not sure if Ms. Turner would like to add anything. Oh, yes, Deputy Auditor General would like to add to that.
Sorry, thank you. I would also add that I think from the work that we did, we really did identify that risk management is a constant activity that management is pursuing. Activities, conversations are daily. It's all really about risk management and risk mitigation. So what all this, our report is flagging is that there is obviously opportunities for improvement in terms of that formality, so that obviously when making decisions and making, when there are competing priorities, then decisions are made when the best information possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so nothing to carry yet. We'll carry at the end when the 3 audits are done. Madam Auditor General, the job evaluation review.
Thank you, Chair.
And our spokespersons are, I think, Ms. Marlin and Madame Branchot for that. Those questions to staff.
Thank you, Chair. I will pass the baton over to Deputy Auditor General Corin Steve.
Thank you. The next report we would like to present today is the review of job evaluation processes. Next slide, please. This review was conducted as a result of a report received through the city's fraud and waste hotline. I will start with a bit of background about job evaluation, or JE, in the city. JE is the systematic process of establishing the relative value or worth of jobs within an organization. The value of a job is based on an objective, consistent, and rational measurement of job content and requirements. Job evaluation focuses on what is required to perform the job responsibilities and duties. Job evaluation is not a mechanism to adjust an individual's salary or for performance evaluation. It is the job that is being evaluated, not the person who is performing the role. The basic principle of JE, or principles of JE, are to ensure objectivity, independence, and neutrality in the assessment of all jobs. JE is used to provide the basis for an equitable and defensible pay structure. Job evaluation is conducted when either a job needs to be created or reclassified. A job is created when there is a need for a new position for work that is not currently defined within the organization. A job is reclassified when there are substantial changes to the duties and responsibilities defined within an existing job, which potentially impacts the scope and complexity of the work and requires a reevaluation of that job. Next slide, please. There are several stakeholders involved in the JE process. Departmental representatives are responsible for triggering the job evaluation and for working with JE staff to design jobs, assign duties and responsibilities, and prepare all job descriptions. JE staff analyze job duties and responsibilities for what is new or has changed, determine comparable jobs across the city, and apply organizational design principles to then assess and score the job against predefined factors. There are 2 groups of JE staff. Consultants are housed within the HR hubs. They are responsible for performing the JE analysis, working with the client department to develop the documents required to support the creation or reclassification of a job, and presenting their assessment to the rating committee. Specialists are situated under the total rewards unit, a separate unit within HR. They are responsible for the governance of the JE function, for providing guidance and training to consultants, dealing with complex files, and for playing a quality assurance and challenge function. Once materials are prepared by the client department and JE staff, they are provided to the rating committee, which is responsible for reviewing and rating jobs by consensus. The rating committee is responsible for ensuring internal equity, corporate consistency, and that the principles of the Pay Equity Act are maintained within the city. Next slide, please. The objective of this review was to assess the city's job evaluation processes for both the creation of new positions and reclassifications. More specifically, the review assessed whether job evaluation activities and processes have been established to support fair, objective, and transparent decision-making, and job evaluations are conducted in accordance with job evaluation principles, City of Ottawa policies, and procedures. The scope of this review was limited to the management and professional exempt or MPE jobs that were evaluated by JE within the time period of January 2019 to December 2021. The scope of this review did not include an assessment or verification of whether job duties in job descriptions were valid or whether the incumbent was performing them as stated. Further, it did not cover unionized positions. Next slide, please. Now to the findings of the review. Overall, we found that there is a need to strengthen the governance and control mechanisms within the JE function to ensure it supports objectivity and independence while adhering to JE principles and best practices. Currently, there is no policy or framework in place that governs the JE function and related processes. The review found that the current client service delivery model can create inherent conflicts of interest for job evaluation. As mentioned, within the HR hubs, consultants are in place to support their client departments with their JE needs. This involves them assisting with job descriptions, completing a thorough analysis of the job duties and relativity within the organization, challenging the client as required, assigning a rating to the job, and presenting the job to the rating committee. This model can create the inherent conflict as consultants are not consistently challenging their clients in instances where they may be feeling pressure to meet their expectations. Without this challenge, materials submitted for review may not align with the established JE principles. Additionally, a JE quality assurance or challenge activity has not been formalized. Recently, a quality assurance process was introduced whereby consultants are required to submit their assessments to a specialist for review and feedback in advance of presentation to the rating committee. The specialist review is intended to ensure consistency, relativity, and objectivity. During our file review, we noted instances where the specialist provided a challenge function, but there was no evidence indicating that their feedback was considered or resolved. Without the quality assurance responsibilities of the specialist being formalized, the challenge activity may not be undertaken or addressed consistently. Formalizing the QA function will allow the consultants to provide strong client service while ensuring independence, objectivity, and expertise is embedded within the process. The Mpe Rating Committee is currently made up of 3 to 4 senior executives from across the city. The Mpe Writing Committee is designed to be an independent and objective review and approval mechanism for all Mpe job evaluations. It is the key control in the JE process. The process is designed so that each member reviews the job evaluation package independently and then comes together to discuss and gain consensus on a final rating for each job being assessed. Our review found that during COVID, the Mpe Rating Committee review process was not as robust as it was designed to be. For example, meetings were not consistently held, and approvals were, at times, provided by email by each individual member with no formal discussion. Without the formal meeting, the intended benefits of a fulsome discussion to support consensus-based decision-making may not be realized. We further noted that the quality assurance results and feedback from specialists is not provided with the consultant's analysis and proposed ratings to the rating committee. Without the feedback from the specialist's review, the rating committee may not have all the insights required to support their decision-making. Our review found that not all required Mpe jobs are going to the rating committee to be formally reviewed and rated. There are instances where jobs can be interim rated, where a rating is assigned based on the consultant or specialist's initial review. This is used to support client departments when they have urgent operational needs or time constraints. An interim rating is assigned with the expectation that the job will be reviewed and approved by the rating committee as soon as possible. We noted that some of the interim rated jobs have yet to be presented to rating committee almost 3 years later. Without all jobs being provided to the rating committee for evaluation in a timely manner, A critical step in the JE process is missed. Next slide, please. The review found that a mechanism to address exceptions within the standard JE process has not been formalized. In our file review, we noted instances where the determination of a rating of a job was directed despite the supporting documentation not necessarily being available to support the rating. While there may be rationale for the direction, our file review did not identify evidence to support the decision made. In specific instances, the directed jobs still have not been presented to the rating committee for final approval. Ultimately, there are no established criteria to determine what is considered an appropriate exception and who has the authority to approve these. Additionally, a subset of the directed files we reviewed were jobs within HR. Our review found that there is no process or mechanism in place for additional oversight or challenge for internal HR jobs. Without clearly defined criteria and process for the treatment of exceptions, there is a risk that decisions are made without the appropriate level of transparency. The city is required to have a job evaluation plan, which is the foundation for reviewing and rating a job. The Mpe Job Evaluation Plan outlines the factors and scoring to support the rating for each Mpe job. Our review found that there have been challenges with the current plan when using it as a tool to complete job evaluations. We learned that some factors do not reflect the current nature of work. For example, some factors are more heavily weighted on the dollars and resources an individual is expected to manage as compared to the outcomes that they are responsible for. Additionally, some factors are inherently subjective and could potentially lead to varying interpretations. If the JE plan does not reflect the current realities of the work environment or is not used appropriately or consistently in conducting job evaluations, the intended outcomes for the job evaluation process may not be realized. Finally, the review noted that the city does not have a process to periodically review Mpe jobs. A job can only be evaluated if a client initiates the process for either the creation or reclassification of a job. Having a process to periodically review all jobs ensures that the city is doing its due diligence on an ongoing basis and demonstrates its efforts in being prudent with taxpayer dollars. The audit made 9 recommendations and management has agreed with all of them. Next slide, please. If it pleases the chair, we would be happy to answer questions at this time.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you, Sonny, heading towards the button there. Thank you very much. As the liaison on women and gender equity, I appreciate seeing this report, and I want to know how closely you work with the staff that we've hired specifically on equity issues, including diversity.
Chair, thank you very much for your question, Councillor. Unfortunately, the scope of our work did not extend to looking at overall hiring practices from a gender equity perspective. We did make a comment with regards to one of our recommendations with regards to the rating committee as a whole, just to ensuring that there is gender representation on the committee. That being said, I know there has been in the past, there's just been some turnover recently. And so at the time of our review, I should say, there wasn't necessarily gender representation. So I'm not sure if Deputy Auditor General Gorenstein has anything to add to that, but.
Thank you. I would echo what the Auditor General has said. Our work was limited to the concerns and allegations that were represented in the fraud and waste hotline. We did look at things from a perspective of pay equity, and that's why some of the areas of concern were brought up, but we didn't dive deep into that area.
Perhaps that can be a future question to be presented to you for another report. Thank you.
Chair, that's duly noted.
Ms. AJ, did we take on this audit because there was a complaint to the fraud and waste hotline, perhaps about somebody who was hired or not hired, or?
Chair, when it comes to reports through the fraud and waste hotline, we avoid providing any information with regards to the report or the reporter to ensure anonymity is maintained. From this perspective, what I can state is allegations came to our attention with regards to the job evaluation process. And so that is where we diverted our attention to.
We haven't had a system in place for 3 years. How long do you expect that it's going to take us to get the policy and how things are rated up to the standard that we would expect at the city?
Chair, thank you very much for your question, Councillor. And I guess I would just make a comment with regards to that there is nothing. There are definitely procedures in place. It's just ensuring that there's a more robust framework and policy that's in place. And then we've obviously outlined a little bit with regards to some of the practices themselves that can be improved. So
when it comes to some of the decisions that were made when we were largely meeting virtually, would we expect that those gaps in the decision making or how we made this will change now that we're going back to more hybrid? Is that good enough to just expect that will change and go back to the standard we expect?
Chair, Councillor, to answer your question, through discussions with management and through acceptance of our recommendations, I believe management is committed to going back to the previous process from a rating committee perspective, to a meeting in person as opposed to virtually, and well, not necessarily just in person and virtually, but actually having those fulsome discussions to ensure that the benefit from that process is reaped. So I have no concerns with regards to whether or not management's going to action that. That was a process that was in place before. As I think you're all aware, the city has gone through many recent I guess, hot potato emergencies, we could say, whether it be, response to COVID-19 and setting up the vaccination clinics, most recent natural weather that we have had, as well as recent convoys. So that being said, from what I've been told from management, and their commitment is that they are committed to going back to the previous process. I would leave it to management to see if they'd like to add to that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Natalie. That is correct. We plan on going into in-person meetings as well as supplementing the Mpe Writing Committee with more extensive documentation, including the specialist challenges, as well as we are in the process of recruiting for the Mpe Writing Committee to ensure we have robust representation from across the organization.
Okay. Thank you. I guess my last question is just to maybe understand better, when we don't have these robust policies in place, what is the actual danger to the city?
Thank you for the question. From our perspective, when we're looking for framework or policies, we're looking for that baseline expectation that the city would have in place so that all departments, all employees have an understanding and a base expectation of what their behavior and their activities should be governed by. And we also, it would also outline roles and responsibilities. So we are looking for a level that would set the expectation and ensure that people do understand what their roles and responsibilities are.
And if they don't?
Thank you for the question. At the same time, a framework typically would also have enforcement requirements.
So we didn't have that for a while.
So the framework is not in place at the moment. However, certainly the practices have been in place. So it's just formalizing them and enhancing them.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Shantiri, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Auditor General and Deputy Auditor General, for your presentation. When we talk about job evaluation, is that something we must do now as an organization?
Chair, thank you very much for your question, Councillor. It is absolutely a requirement of all organizations. When you establish roles and jobs, you have to review them, and should you determine that they need to be reclassified or whether you need to create a new role, that in itself is the process for job evaluations. I think it's just an inherent requirement when you have when you run a business. I'm not sure if Deputy Auditor General would like to add to that.
And I wouldn't say much more than I would echo what the Auditor General said, and especially in an organization with this large of an employee pool, there's a lot of activities and a lot of jobs that have to be created and classified. Lots of different things going on. So this isn't an activity that happens on a daily basis. There's a team of people and specialists who are trained to do this. So no, it's an important function. Thank you.
And the reason I asked you the first question, so basically we need to, as an organization, we need to establish a process in place. And I think this is almost a moving target with the pandemic, with the change of employment. We understand people don't come to the city, perhaps like their previous employee, to stick around for 30 years or 35. The whole workforce has been changed. So when we talk about job evaluation, are we updating what's happening in the marketplace? Are we comparing really apple to apple? Because I think I've seen it have changes in other organizations, whether policing or others. So what are we doing to have a better understanding about the concept?
Chair, well, I think I could answer that question. I'd like to provide management the opportunity to respond first.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor, for the question. As part of the recommendation of the audit, it was recommended that we do a review of the Mpe plan, and we will undertake that next year in order to ensure it's current. Of the other 7 plans, they were updated and revised in the past 10 years, which is fairly current. A normal JE plan should be reviewed once every 15 years because it's very, very labor intensive to review these plans. Management did have the review of the Mpe plan as part of the thriving workforce, as part of the strategic initiatives for this term of council. However, due to the pandemic and the pressures on human resources, we were not able to undertake that review. But as per the recommendation of the Auditor General, we will be doing so really to reflect the changing nature of work. So we plan on doing that for sure.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to just add to that, and obviously I echo everything that Ms. Marlin just mentioned. I think the emphasis that we put in, Councillor, you definitely mentioned that things are evolving, which is why the importance of having a process in place to review job descriptions is to really go in and understand are the tasks that staff are currently doing, are they still reflective of their actual job description, and if not, those need to be updated, and just having a process in place where we can ensure that that's done on a periodic basis.
Okay, thank you very much to all of you, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. And I just wanted to take a moment to reflect and amplify what Councillor Kavanagh said. And I noted your answer, but while the job evaluation process is the relative value and not skills and ability, I think it's important to do those evaluations through the lens of our anti-racism strategy, 2S, LGBTQ, and gender equity, to make sure that those stated skills, abilities, and the foundational elements of that job are not biased towards any of those groups. So I just wanted to amplify what Councillor Kavanagh asked about. Thank you very much for that. Merci énormément. And the last part of this item 6 is the limited review of OC Transpo bus operator compliance with regulations. Nos porte-paroles sont René Amilcar et Paul Tributa, the Chief Safety Officer of Transit Services. So first over to you, Madam Auditor General or Deputy AG, for the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Can I get the presentation? Thank you. The last report we would like to present is a limited review of OC Transpo bus operator compliance with regulations. Next slide, please. Since August of 2021, the Fraud and Waste Hotline has received over 400 fraud and waste reports alleging violations of the Ontario Highway Traffic Act, as well as internal policies and procedures. Most of these allegations relate to OC Transpo bus operators departing from the bus stop without activating the left side signal light at one intersection. Initially, we asked management to investigate. In the fall of 2021, they conducted staff interviews and on-location observations. As a result, specific bus operators were reminded of their obligation relating to all Highway Traffic Act requirements, and the acting chief safety officer sent a memo to transit operations and transit fleet and facilities management on transitway safety signaling in March of this year. Despite these actions, we continue to receive frequent reports alleging that the issues at specific intersections were ongoing. As a result, we undertook our own limited review to assess the merit of the broad issues identified in the Fraud and Waste Hotline reports. The objective of our limited scope review was to assess the concerns raised through the Fraud and Waste Hotline and provide a fact-based account of the circumstances surrounding specific alleged instances of non-compliance with the Ontario Highway Traffic Act. While this review was conducted in a systematic and professional manner, the extent of the activities undertaken by the OAG was narrow as compared to an audit. We conducted 3 separate 1-hour on-site observations in April of 2022. These on-site observations enabled us to confirm that in 67% of the observed buses, the bus operators did not signal as they departed the bus stop, which is a violation of Section 142, subsection 2 of the Ontario Highway Traffic Act, and that a para-transpo operator left what appeared to us to be their vehicle unlocked, running, and unattended when going to purchase food at a fast food establishment, which is a violation of the city's idling procedures and the city's vehicle safety practice. In the end, we made one recommendation to management as we concluded that the OC Transpo bus operators have not altered their behavior as a result of the communication circulated by management in March of 2022. Operators continue to violate Section 142, subsection 2 of the Ontario Highway Traffic Act and internal policies designed to enhance road safety. Management has agreed with the recommendation made. Next slide, please. If it pleases the chair, we would be happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Councillor Kavanaugh.
I'll go first. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for the report. I have received concerns all the time, and I can't help but wonder if there's sort of a heightened concern since the pandemic of these observations, or if it was felt this was ongoing, because I feel like there's been more focus on things like this since the pandemic started. Is that fair to say?
Chair, I think it would be speculation if I were to make that comment. What I can say is the reports started during the pandemic, and obviously they are fulsome in numbers from that perspective. So again, I think it would be speculation as to whether or not this is tied to the pandemic or not.
Because obviously it's been a difficult session for everyone, and I appreciate that the Auditor General has done this report, and it's serious if it's against the Highway Traffic Act, and I appreciate it, but I feel it's best left with the management and with their union counterparts to deal with this. I don't know if OC Transpo wants to make comments on that.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe I can start, and I will give the floor to Paul after that. For sure, safety, there is no reason to go against safety. And we spoke with the union regarding this particular situation, and we focus a lot on with our supervisors to be willing to do more sensibilization. And actually, Mr. Tributat, who just joined my team, is doing a lot of things regarding the safety with our operators. And I will ask him to just summarize what he saw and what he's doing. Actually, I think it will be very, very helpful what he's doing actually.
Thank you very much. So from a chief safety officer perspective for this particular matter, we're actually following up with 5 management responses. The first one, of course, is developing, creating, and putting into place a performance management program. So this relates to linking certain behaviors by bus operators to certain consequences that can be expected flowing thereof. So this is something that's not been in place for the bus operators at OC Transpo, and we're going to be working on that and putting it forward and implementing it by the first quarter of 2023. The second one is continued work on monthly awareness campaigns for all of the targeted specifically to the bus operators. We initiated one just recently on June 1st, again, on the importance of respecting the Highway Traffic Act, Section 142, relating to turning signals and when those are to be used under a variety of different circumstances. The third thing that we're doing in our response is putting an enhanced focus as part of our new bus operator training program on the Highway Traffic Act. So there are areas of that training program where particular emphasis relating to respecting the Highway Traffic Act will be included. And then the fourth area has to do with a member of my safety officer team participating in transit operations weekly service meetings with supervisors to bring to their attention particular safety issues or concerns that my folks have, to provide insights on investigations that safety investigations that we've recently conducted, and to elevate the importance of not only reliable service, but safe and reliable service. And then finally, the last point in the management response has to do with conducting a follow-up with the specific operators that where the non-compliances were noted or observed by the Auditor General's limited review. Thank you.
Thank you. If this was observed by a police officer, there would be a fine for this?
Chair, I'll answer that question to the best of my ability. It's my understanding that OC Transpo bus operators are subject to the exact same traffic regulations as we are from driving. So that being said, while police officers don't always pull people over for not signaling, they have the right to do so.
And would it go to the operator of it would be directed to the operator of the bus?
That is a question I would direct to staff.
Chair, the answer is yes. And the city will have a penalty to, it's a kind of points that we don't have to exceed a certain amount of points. So when people are not compliant with the MTO rules, the operator and the city will have penalties.
Sorry, I missed that last sentence.
When a bus operator is not compliant to the rules, he will have a penalty and fines if you prefer, and the city will increment it, will see the I don't know how to explain it. There is a kind of points that the city have, and we don't have to exceed those points. And for, let's say, if someone passed on the red light, the city can have 3 points. And when we have a certain amount of points, it's not good for the city. It's not good for City Transpo.
Okay, so this is the demerit points.
Yeah, a kind of.
Yeah. Okay. I think I understand but the city puts them on. It's not through the policing system. Is that what I understand?
I'm not sure if I understand your question, Councillor Chair. When let's say if the bus operator is not compliant, he will receive an awareness. C'est ça, Paul? So or fine. It will depend of the infraction, but the city will receive something too. It's not only the
Oh, I see.
operator.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah.
Okay, merci.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanaugh. Madame Amilcar, vous êtes toujours bienvenue de parler en français si vous
You
êtes...
can always speak French if you feel more comfortable. We have interpretation available. Now, I think the question, or part of the question, is the following. Are these points attributed to the driver or to OC Transport itself? Well, the answer is both, really. Well, let's take a red light. Going through a red light, well, there'll be 3 demerit points for the driver, and there'll be a fine for the driver as well, but the city will also receive points, and the more points we have, the less positive it is for us.
Second question is, are those points attributed to the driver OC Transport only when there is a criminal Highway Traffic Act offense as determined by a ticket from a police officer? Is that the only circumstance under which points are ascribed to OC Transpo or to the driver?
Chair, ça dépend de l'infraction.
Well, it really depends on the offense, but all offenses which are observed by an officer and which lead to a fine or a warning to a specific driver, it's just like when you're driving your own car. The offense will be managed as if you were driving your own car. So the driver, the operator, will have to pay a fine or a penalty. And in addition to that, the city will also see its good record undermined or affected because the driver belongs to the CBRO, Commercial Vehicle Driver Record for the province of Ontario.
In these circumstances, the audit, the review, I apologize, came about as a consequence of several fraud and waste hotline reports. And the safety officer, I don't know if it was Monsieur Tributa or his predecessor, sent memos to the operators to encourage, to educate, to inform that this is a concern and that in a general sense, operators need to be compliant with the Highway Traffic Act. The Auditor General went, as per the report, went to specific intersections, specific times. So that indicates to me same route, same time, perhaps same driver, although we don't know that. My question is, when you get reports through this information, through your own safety officers, through your own observations, perhaps from other drivers, that a driver might not be compliant by signaling or excessive speed. I know what follow-ups you're going to do now as a result of this review. What was the follow-up prior to this? What was the escalation procedure prior to this review by the Auditor General?
Merci, Chair. Je vais commencer puis je vais passer la parole.
Well, first of all, I'd like to give the floor to Paul, but I'll start here. It was the person who was there before Paul who sent out the memo to sensitize operators, and Paul has created a more robust structure in place. Beyond raising awareness, there's observation. And observation is designed not to punish people, but really to ensure that drivers have the adequate training they need. You know, if there have been several reminders, we have to take it to the next stage. But what we're doing really now is to sensitize drivers. It's not just a memo. If it's just a bad habit, well, we have to correct that. You know, if you're like me, you have to try to actually get out of that behavior by repeating the right behavior, the good behavior. So we're talking to the union to sensitize them to the importance of respecting the highway code. And that's mainly for their safety and the safety of passengers and other road users as well. No, I don't think I forgot anything. No, you didn't.
We have currently in place today gives opportunity for this increased education, ongoing encouragement and reinforcement that's needed. The last component that's really missing, and that's the one that I described in my management response to this limited review, has to do with the performance management program. At the current time, there is no such program that is in place and in existence, which would define first, so many offenses under the Highway Traffic Act of a certain nature. You can expect a certain expectation or a certain consequence as a result. And that's really what's missing right now. So my team will be working on developing that, and we will be discussing it with the unions, and then looking to implement that hopefully in the first quarter of 2023.
Thank you for that. And again, just a final clarifying, those procedures, new process, not only as a consequence of a fine, a formal interaction with the police officer, there can be other ways to initiate that program.
Yes, Chair, that's correct. It could be a supervisor. It could be an observation from another OC Transpo employee. It would come in generally through our safety observations program. And then through that, we would seek to validate, obviously, before we go ahead and invoke what will become the performance management review process.
Thank you so much. Merci énormément. Seeing no other questions, we are at the end of item number 6, and the report recommendation is that the audit committee receive the audit review and investigation reports and recommend that council consider and approve the recommendation. Is that received? Thank you. And thank you all very much. Merci énormément. It's been a long day. Just want to bring to your attention the new logo, which perhaps I should have pointed out earlier in the meeting when the slides are on. The Auditor General has a great new logo, and the Auditor General's office has a wonderful, their own website at oagottawa.ca, and the logo is there. En français, bvgottawa.ca. Et sur ce site-là, vous pouvez trouver tous les rapports.
And on that site, you can find all the Auditor General's reports, her new logo, and you can learn more about the work she does.
Auditing and accounting is not foreign. Any notices of motion? Seeing none from my colleagues. Any inquiries? Any other business? And motion to adjourn. Great. That we motion to adjourn. Carrie, motion to adjourn. The next meeting is to be determined. Merci énormément à tous. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all of you.